2026. We'll start the meeting with pledge of allegiance. Please stand if you're able. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. We have delegations. I'll remind everybody there is a 5-minute limit. Aiden Jordan.
Start whenever.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Aiden Jordan. I'm an upcoming senior and I appreciate this opportunity to speak with you today. I want to bring something to your attention that I believe is important, not only for me, but the students in the future. The possibility of early graduation. Right now, our school does not have a formal early graduation program. However, policy 5460 titled Graduation Requirements includes language that directly addresses situations where a student may complete high school in fewer than full 4 years. The policy states, the board shall develop and implement within the board's attendance policy procedures the definition of a compelling circumstance under which students may attend school for fewer than full years or may be scheduled for courses for less than a full instructional day. This means the Board of Education is required to create a clear definition of what counts as a compelling circumstance, but when I reviewed the attendance policy, I found that these circumstances were not ever actually defined. Because of this, it is very unclear what qualifies as a compelling circumstance. And students have no guidance on whether if they meet the criteria. The policy has been unchanged since December 2nd, 2025, so the lack of definition has been in place for quite some time. And since policy 0171 tasked the board with evaluating effectiveness of the policy, defining these circumstances is a responsibility the board holds. By doing this, the Board of Education can ensure the students have fair and transparent guidance on these compelling circumstances. Compelling circumstances can be looked at different for every single student. For some, it might be an opportunity to begin college early. For others, it could be entering the military or enrolling in a trade program to prepare for a career. These situations are where early graduation could be beneficial to every single student. On the other hand, simply not wanting to attend school anymore should not qualify as a compelling circumstance. Just having enough credits does not automatically mean a student should be granted early graduation. I believe you mentioned something similar in the meeting beforehand. That early graduation should be based on a purpose, not a convenience. For me personally, early graduation will be a meaningful step towards my career I want to pursue. My goal is to enter law enforcement. Graduating early would allow me to begin the academy sooner, giving me a head start on the building, the skills and experience I need. This isn't about leaving school early just to leave. It's about moving forward to my career and align with my long-term goals. Because of this, I'm asking the board to consider clarifying what qualifies as a compelling circumstance and consider establishing a formal early graduation process. Having clear criteria would help students understand their options and ensure that early graduation is used responsibly and fairly. Thank you for your time and listening and consideration.
Thank you. Want an opportunity to talk before the meeting, and if you want to stay, I have a little something prepared about next steps for this.
Yeah.
So I encourage you to stay if you need.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it.
Okay, perfect.
Good evening, members of the board. I believe that you all know me, but for anyone here that doesn't or is listening, my name is Dottie Brock. I come to you tonight to be a voice regarding the policies out for comment concerning Hope Scholarship and home instruction. I am not sure how many people commented electronically, but I did hear in the community that some found the online process frustrating to maneuver and weren't able to voice their concerns. So I'm hoping that it is understood from my speaking to you tonight that there are concerns about the policies. I know that this must be brief, and I'm going to try to keep it to the 5 minutes or less. My studies revealed, though, that the Hope Scholarship was enacted by the state legislature in 2021 and is funded with state tax dollars that are now in place in an account for parents who choose a path other than public education to apply for and draw from qualified expenses. It is worthy to note, though, I believe that I found that 90% of that tax base remains to public education. Here in Pocahontas County, 61.5873% of our real estate taxes and personal property taxes are paid to our local schools. None of this money is given back to those parents choosing an alternative education source for their child. I have figures and examples that I can show if need be. Now that we know the groundwork for the monies that go behind this, let's use our public comments and devote some significant thought to what our policies are. These policies are policies that this county can create and tailor to our needs. The current proposed policy will institute significant individual tuition and/or participation costs to the families that have children who are not enrolled in our K-12 system. Speaking to a parent of an enrolled child last weekend, I learned that her cost for her daughter to cheer this year was $258 plus another $38 to $45 if she chooses to purchase any pictures. I can only imagine what the costs are for the other supports. And keep in mind, though, that these costs are going to be in addition to what you choose to institute with this policy as a tuition. I recently saw in the news that the state superintendent was testifying in Washington, D.C. And one thing that I go back to hearing in my mind was that she said we are the #2 state with the most underprivileged children. Let that sink in for a minute. It's not their fault. The poor kid knows that they are the poor kid. None of the rich let them forget that. As a parent, it is your right to choose what you feel is best for your child. And we may not all agree with something other than public education, but we need to respect the decisions of those parents who do not choose it. Maybe it's due to illness of a child or a family member, and the standard school schedule is impossible for them to meet. Maybe it's because it's bullying and the parents just need a break from seeing their child anxious or depressed. Maybe their dad works on the road and they want to have more family time together. Maybe it's just a trial run to see what it's like. It's something new to the world. But regardless of what it is, it's an option and it is not going to go away. I wholeheartedly believe that allowing these kids to come to our public schools and attend a class, join a sports team, or participate in social studies or science fair is the perfect way to show them their way back to public education, where learning can be fun and memories can be made. But I also know that not all children are cut from the same cloth. And no, I don't believe that we will ever have every student back in our schools since there are options. But this is okay too, because times are different. And let's face it, since COVID, many people have embraced a more solitude lifestyle. And this is why Pocahontas is so appealing to so many. It's often said it takes a village to raise a child, and I believe that. And this is where Pocahontas County shines. It's always been a loving village, and we work through things together and accomplish our goal. And in closing, I would like to ask that this board make the non-enrolled child's tuition $1 per class, extracurricular activity, or academic fair. Let's try it for a year. Let's see how it impacts our budget. It's new to us too. And if changes need to be made next year, I personally promise to help find a different answer. And I'm confident that many in this community will too. They always rise to our youth. Thank you for your time, and may God bless each of you for your time that you spend advocating and overseeing the programs for our youth.
At this time, we want to,
What was your name, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
we want to go into executive session. I'll need a motion to, we have people on the line holding, so we don't want to hold them up. we're gonna break out for under 8, we're gonna do C, the cost of a audit, and under 9G, request of various information related to recent school personnel hearing, August 10th, 2026.
Why does C have to be an executive session? It doesn't.
It does.
Okay, so strike that.
Just,
Okay.
just,
So you need a motion to go into executive session?
Mm-hmm.
I'll make a motion to go executive session then.
Okay, we are gonna go at 6:10.
We'll probably go in there, won't we? Let's go in there. That way it'll save
Oh, wait.
What?
Oh, no, when we come back here, I'll talk to you. Okay. That's fine.
from executive session, please.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Back in at 7:50.
I didn't realize that Weena wasn't here. Everything okay?
Well, I think next on the agenda is school improvement updates, accountability dashboard assessment results, West Virginia standards for effective schools, end of year discipline collection, end of year enrollment collections, and end of year special education collections. And that would be Dr. Williams. You're up. You have a presentation on your school improvement updates.
What, do we want to go to Mr. Uriah next? In the audit,
Um,
and I forgot all my stuff in my office, I didn't hear it before.
how about, if you want to, since these folks have been here and very patiently waiting, can we move to 8E? This discussion of reentry for students on expulsions,
Yes,
okay?
stand here.
Okay.
I recommend that the 3 students that are here be approved for reentry.
I hear all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? All right. They're in.
Welcome back.
You're back.
Very good.
You're welcome. Welcome back. We'll see you the first day of school.
Yes.
We are so happy to have you. Thank you.
You
I
all
think
have
that's my champion right there, right?
Yeah.
Maybe this year?
Yeah.
Absolutely. So welcome back.
You all have any questions at all? Nope.
Any questions?
That's it. Sorry to keep you so long.
Yes, ma'am.
My son's not present, but he was also at work, but we know this paperwork is late, but we was wanting to see about his rate.
Yes, Dr. Williams can.
Dr. Williams, you got a problem right here you might want to address.
That's what we should. So his are here, but we know his paperwork. Yes, but we just want to make sure that if he is able to come back.
I'm gonna send you the reentry. I'm gonna have the principal contact you. As long as you follow the steps, I will bring you when you're back.
Okay, well, we've done paperwork.
This, I didn't know this needed to be done. I apologize for that. I didn't know, but as soon as somebody reached out to me, I was on this, and then I thought we would be here today, and then I was contacted him and said, no, I'm down here still trying.
Okay.
I'm the grandmother, and he resides.
Just her name to school the first day of school. Tell him that, Miss Rose.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's so much. But if he would have here, if I could have gotten, he would have been, I promise you that. But once I let him go for the name, I was there. And we had made a decision, you know, he was.
Thank you. Thank you for doing the work.
If there's anything missing, I'll have them contact you tomorrow. Okay, let not worry, it's good morning.
Thank you so much.
There's one thing I'd like to, respectfully request, she's working a lot, she works a lot, I work a lot. Is there any way that you can be included on any, if there's any discipline action or action with any, if there's any contact?
I'll speak to the principal. Okay. Thank you so much.
I had to do the first three, and then, I started reaching out. Yeah.
Forward, we, I was, I'll turn on the school.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys.
You're welcome.
On that note, the board recognizes this is a new process for reentry and has recommended a few changes which were accepted by Dr. Williams. Okay. All right, school improve, what?
We went to get her stuff.
Oh, okay.
You keep losing.
I keep losing her.
So so what we did was we accepted the superintendent's recommendation.
Yes.
Yes,
That's what we did.
yes. She was comfortable with everything in the reentry packets, so
Yes, ma'am.
it just go from there. And then the fourth has a couple things to do, but I think they can get that accomplished and he gets to go tomorrow, not to delay. All right,
So. Get my bearings right here for a second. So we are under. Discussion, item C, discussion and recommendation from the WVSBA assistance for a potential 5-year audit. I just want to explain where I got those numbers from. Our chief school business officer, we have set aside $30,000 in our budget for an audit this year. So I just multiplied that by 5 years. So it could be between that, it could be more. When we did our board training with Attorney Law and Dr. Akal from this West Virginia School Board Association, the topic came up and he said he would work on that with us. So I talked to him about that and he has spoken with Mr. Cummings about that. We're gonna unmute Mr. Cummings and let him have a moment to talk. They had some suggestions, see if their suggestions are reasonable for how you would like to proceed. Mr. Cummings, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we just need to be a little bit louder.
I can do that. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Good enough, girls?
yes.
Fantastic. Appreciate the opportunity to be here with you this evening. I felt that in discussion with Mr. O'Cool, it would be a good idea to kind of explain the audit process that all county boards of education go through annually on the financial or the financial aspect of the board. Kind of identify those steps as well as what we have seen from the Department of Education's perspective, in particular for Pocahontas County Schools. So just for your all's information, annually, County Board of Education is to go through what's referred to in federal regulations as a single audit. Under the Single Audit Act, those entities who receive $1 million or more in federal aid are subject to the Single Audit Act, which then requires a review process of the finances that are dispersed or expended and revenues received under those federal programs. Typically, that occurs under two major programs that are operated under the entity. So that could be child nutrition, that could be IDEA, that could be title funds during ESSER when ESSER funds were about. Those were oftentimes selected under the audit procedures. But then in conjunction with that single audit, then the Department of Education, in consultation with West Virginia Code, also require essentially other types of compliance review audit procedures to be performed to just ensure that aspects of West Virginia Code that speak to county financial procedures are being followed appropriately. So again, all county boards of education are to go through those procedures. Pocahontas County Schools has done so in accordance with the law. And there have been audit reports issued on each of those engagements. The audit firm the auditee, the auditor who has been performing those engagements on behalf of Pocahontas County Schools over at least the past 6 years that I had looked at was West Virginia State Auditor's Office, who ultimately oversees the local government audit procedures and all that goes into that in the state of West Virginia. County boards of education have the ability to bid those out and go with other entities if they see fit. However, the West Virginia State Auditor's Office always does a great job of examining the financial records of a school district and issuing opinions on what that information that they've reviewed entails. I will state that over the past few years, dating back to fiscal year 2020, looking at that information, again, we get all of those to the West Virginia Department of Education. State law requires those audit reports to be provided to both the Department of Education as well as the State Auditor's Office. Obviously, since the Auditor's Office is the one performing the engagement for Pocahontas County Schools, they don't necessarily need to send it to themselves, but as a part of that, we review all of the findings, document those findings, review the corrective action plans that are in place for any findings that are that have been reported within that report, and ultimately check off to make sure we feel comfortable with the plan that's in place in the county. Dating back to 2020, 2020 was the last year of just no findings whatsoever for the school district. And then moving forward, 21 through 25, fiscal year 25 was the last year in which an audit has been performed. We just closed fiscal year 26. Those financial statements are being prepared by Ms. Hamilton in consultation with others within the county to be able to issue those unaudited financial statements. She'll be presenting those, I'm sure, to the board at some point in September. As a part of that process, though, in reviewing those findings, the only thing that the Department of Education has seen in terms of a finding reported as a part of those reports is a segregation of duty finding. And again, that occurred for the first time in fiscal year 2021. And essentially what that says is, as a part of the internal control structure in which, again, the audit in itself is reviewing those things, they're making sure that one of the main internal controls are in place, are making sure that nobody has the opportunity to essentially do more than one task within the finance function that could allow for that individual to have an opportunity to misappropriate assets of the school district. That has been a finding since 2021. I will say that there is a possibility that there would be some sort of staffing type action that occurred in between 2020 and 2021. Dr. Williams would have to work with Ms. Hamilton to be able to confirm whether that's true or not. But I would state that there is a good chance that there was some level of staffing change that occurred there for the auditor's office to then start flagging that segregation of duty finding. It could have been that the county saw that they just couldn't justify putting resources towards a position in the finance office, something like that, that could have occurred. However, I would state that just because there's a segregation of duty finding doesn't mean that things are just out of control or anything like that. I would say that there are several small school districts in the state of West Virginia that continue to carry a segregation of duty finding for similar reasons, just as I suggested. They found that they either can't get a qualified applicant to be able to fill a vacancy within the financial function of the school district. A number of different things that challenges that occur in these small school districts to be able to segregate those duties out. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't continue to try and attempt to do so. And again, I know that the corrective action plan that's in place in Pocahontas County Schools to mitigate that is there, and hopefully Ms. Hamilton can work with staff to be able to separate out those duties in a manner in which would be satisfactory to the state auditor's office as they perform an audit on the next fiscal year, if they are going to be the auditor of those financial records. Beyond that, there really hasn't been much in terms of financial findings. Now, keep in mind that an audit in itself is not designed to review every single record of a school district and be able to detect any time fraud occurs in the school district. That is just a fact of what the audit in itself is designed to do. It's a sample basis. If there's seen fit to extrapolate out that sample into more detail into certain areas upon a review, then that could certainly happen. But obviously, to this point, we haven't seen anything within the records themselves that would essentially require more effort on that part. That's not to say that at no point in time is it worthwhile to conduct a forensic audit. If somebody has determined that, you know what, this has just never been, that we are aware of a situation in which there's likely to be fraud, or there's just something funny going on that just seems like there's the potential for that to be a possibility, then we could certainly justify in that circumstance a forensic audit. A forensic audit in itself is pointed. It's to look at a certain area in situations where I know that they've occurred across the state. Again, there's been a specific situation that's warranted that action. And it's a very detailed review, as Dr. Williams suggested. It is costly in terms of just fixating on that specific action because it's more time intensive in terms of the work performed to do reviews of those processes. And that's where we're at in that situation as to what would justify that, what the cost would be in those circumstances, and kind of what the intent is of a forensic audit in comparison to the single audit that is occurring on an annual basis already. Beyond that, I felt like that was worth being able to mention to the board there in Pocahontas County, just to make sure the board's aware of what it is that's already being conducted on an annual basis from a review perspective, and the audit procedures that are in place there, and what could be determined or what the expectations would be if the board would choose to go down a route of any particular forensic audit for any reason that they would have seen fit. I think that's all the information that I would provide on this subject. Happy to entertain questions if you have any at all. And that's really all I have for you this evening.
So when the last audit was done, it included the elementary and middle schools. The high school was not reported on. Has that one been completed?
That's been completed. It was reported on before that. It was reported on immediately after that happened. So it is on the
25 audit.
It's on the 25 audit too.
Okay, because at that time, I think it was said, well, we know there's issues up there, but I never heard the resolution of the audit.
Well,
It was on the report.
It was on the report, but I want to say this, we did extensive procurement training, which I think was received really well. Got a lot of thank yous for it. And then Sarah has done an extensive procurement training and do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, go ahead, do report.
Okay, with the secretaries. So we trained the entire staff of the county, every person on the process. There has been, that training has been posted on the website, I believe Christy, the chief school business officer's website. And then we brought the secretaries over in a small group and did a small group extensive training with them on how to operate and run their schools. I think everybody in this room was actually in on that training. Yes.
May I speak on your 25 audits? You had the two findings. You had the segregation of duties.
Mhm.
And then you had the high school. And I had to write an corrective action plan on both, and that is listed in the 25 audit.
Okay, okay.
And just to speak on that front, I will state that in West Virginia code, it does require that a review take place on the individual schools themselves as well, to be able to dictate whether or not there are any financial concerns at the school level, even above the central office level in which the reports are intended initially to be reviewing. Those independent or those procedures can be conducted either by the finance staff of a school district or can be bid out to independent audit firms. State auditor's office will conduct those at times as well. There can be procedures in place. Again, that would be not to the level of such a forensic audit, but essentially bidding out and making sure that an independent audit firm, if necessary, would be conducting those to ensure that they are being reviewed timely, and whatever types of discrepancies or findings that could be found under those reviews could also be entertained and making sure that we're fixing those issues along the way as well.
But I suppose you have looked at the last couple years of our reports, is that
Correct.
correct?
That's
Okay,
correct.
and you didn't really identify any irregularities other than what you talked about tonight?
That's correct. And again, we're doing a review of the reports themselves. We're not actually looking at data unless we are conducting these on-site monitorings under the Office of Federal Programs or under the Office of Accountability to report back to the state board. So we are relying on those independent audit firms to conduct those review processes themselves. And then we go through and analyze the information within that report to ensure that we feel comfortable with the ongoings of the financial operations of the school district.
And at any point, we can revisit this, is that correct? If there's anything that, just is a little wonky or whatever, we can go back and say, you know what, we probably do need to look at this. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I mean, if at any point in time the school district feels that there is some level of fraudulent activity, I would encourage you to make sure that you conduct yourselves in a manner in which it would resolve that issue ASAP. We always want to make sure that we're putting our students first, regardless of what function we're referring to. But especially under finance, because at the end of the day, finance drives everything. And if somebody's misappropriating assets within a school district, that means kids are being harmed in those situations. And I absolutely would make sure that any school district that finds themselves in that situation gets that resolved so that, again, children are no longer being harmed. One thing I'll add is that Pocahontas County Schools continues to qualify as a low-risk auditee, which is essentially a mechanism that's required to be, as a part of that single audit process, the auditors are to identify whether or not there are excessive risk levels that would essentially require them to conduct an escalated review of the financial function. And again, Pocahontas County Schools has been identified as a low-risk auditee, meaning that risk level is not to that point of an expanded review process. And again, under the opinion of the West Virginia State Auditor's Office. Also, they've always issued an unmodified opinion, which is the cleanest opinion that you can have within the report itself as an opinion on the status of that report.
Well, I appreciate the extra training that the central office has given to the secretaries. We have almost 100% turnover, new people, either principal and or secretaries. So, yeah, I appreciate that to help mitigate any problems there. Do you have any questions, concerns?
I mean, I think we can certainly, I appreciate, the ability to review the prior audits that have been done. I think, I mean, simultaneously, we could kind of talk about what we want the audit scope to be and maybe look at the qualifications and we could still maybe take proposals on that to get a better understanding of what that would cost. Correct?
So you still want to issue an RFP? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, and maybe I'm understanding this incorrectly, but could we not issue that, look into that, and we're not under any obligation to hire or award anything, correct? I mean, we can get our estimates of what it would cost. We could do it even on a per year basis. And then that way we could exercise the right to add additional years if we wanted to.
Mr. Cummings, do you want to address that?
If we're talking about the possibility of forensic audit still yet, I would encourage you to again be able to identify what exactly it would be that the board would want to conduct a forensic audit upon, because if you just issue an RFP and say we want a forensic audit done, again, due to the fact that forensic audits are more targeted in nature, I just don't know that you're going to get responses to that are going to actually be reasonable in terms of cost or anything like that, because these audit firms are not going to really understand what it is that the board is wanting to have conducted as a part of that.
Okay, so you're saying that we need to really define the audit scope would be the first step?
Correct, yes. And again, if this is going to be essentially as a supplemental audit to the single audit that's already required, I think that would need to be justified and explicit within any RFP documentation if the board chooses to do so. Those are just some kind of initial takes. I would probably recommend that that it be included that it would be a entity that doesn't currently or has not conducted the single audit of the county in recent years, just to make sure that there is complete independence in that process. Potentially, there could be a myriad of factors to include in that RFP. Again, if it is something that the board chooses to try to take a pointed effort or review of.
Yes. Mr. Cummings, if they define a scope and select to go in that direction, Ms. Hamilton and I would certainly need guidance and assistance on how to make that happen. That's not something we're familiar with doing. Would we reach out to you for that? How would we do that?
Yes, the Department of Education would certainly aid you in developing that.
Thank you.
So I guess speaking for myself, I have very limited amount of knowledge around the accounting process and the budgetary process and so forth and so on. So I would first like the opportunity to review those and have some knowledge behind that. And then based on that, we can visit this later if we need to, but for right now, I mean, we just be going down.
Every year when the state auditor comes, he spends about a week there,
2 months.
2 months in the office going over stuff. At the end of that, the board president and Mrs. Hamilton sets in on that and he says, this is what we found, or this is what we didn't find, well, basically. Then about a month later, the board president gets the whole book on the audit that was done that shows to the board of what's happened.
Do you just want to be more knowledgeable, or do you have something that is concerned about that we could address?
I have I don't even know what I don't know. So, I mean, that's the thing right there. is
You
that
Can I
I
speak
know
on
we
that
talk
topic?
about-
Can I
Yes,
speak on
yes.
that topic for a second?
Yes.
I would offer that. I'd be more than happy to come speak in person to the board about the financial processes that go on throughout the course of the year, start to finish, from the budget all the way through to fiscal year end and everything that goes into the financial statement preparation process. That's something that myself and my office are more than happy to be able to provide that information to the board if the board so chooses.
Yes, I think so, because, you know, you go to the trainings and you're told you're responsible for all this stuff. And as I said, we don't know what we don't even know. So we did ask early on for a financial workshop, and I'm sure that's in the works. Yeah. So I think that's probably the next step is, you know, hearing from you, getting the training, looking at the budget in relation to what you're saying, and, you know, go from there,
Mhm.
if that makes sense to you.
If that was directed towards me, that sounds great.
Okay, yes, it was.
I thought we were actually-
You fell asleep.
No, I just want, I didn't,
Okay,
I can see. it.
I think that's
I like
probably,
this.
and I know, you know, that's on the heels, you know, we need a personnel workshop. You know, being on the board's like drinking water from a fire hose.
I understand that
You
completely,
can't
absolutely.
get it fast enough.
And I'm happy to conduct that as early as sometime this fall, because quite honestly, I've been telling anybody I can get in front of personnel season and everything that goes into staffing, and staffing and finance have to be looked at congruently at the same time, because at the end of the day, staffing makes up about 80 to 85% of the county's budget. And essentially being able to understand that and what goes into those staffing decisions and everything, all of that has to take place, even though you have all the way up and through the spring to be able to make staffing decisions and everything. Being able to have that initial outlook here in the fall and start building a plan through the winter, through the spring, is extremely important.
Yes, okay. And when you do your financial workshop, if you'll also include, you know, how do we project 5 and 10-year plans so that you kind of, you're not just doing year by year, you can kind of have a plan there. So, okay, thank you so much for your time, Mr. Cummins.
Anytime. Thank you all for having me.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Cruz.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so let's see. So for now, I make the motion that going forward, we do have the financial workshop, which you're working on, and have the ability to review the audits. And then based on
The
that,
prior audits.
Yeah,
Correct.
yes, the prior audits, just to see what they're saying. And anything else, does anybody else need? All right,
I'll second that.
all right, all in favor?
Uh,
Okay, no no's. Okay. So,
I'll get that for you next meeting.
okay, all right,
If we can copy it before then, I'll call you to come pick it up.
okay. Want to go back to 5 school improvement updates?
Yes, couple of things here. I wanted to get it out tonight because I know it's getting time for us to start working on our goals that was brought up. So I prepared a couple of things, and I think it's the second one on this agenda, and then I'm going to talk about this school improvement updates. And Christy, if you would pull up my little presentation there. This is what's called the West Virginia Standards for Effective Schools. We utilize this, and the staff is here as a county office staff, and we reflected on these. And then last year, at the end of the year, we had each of the school faculties reflect on these. And then all of our plans in the county is built around these standards and student achievement. So I'm just going to kind of go through those to the public. I'm not going to read the self-reflection. So the first one is a clear and focused mission. we ranked ourselves pretty high on that one. Instructional leadership, that was a standard that we identified we needed some work on. High expectations for success. And I'm just gonna go down here. Then you see the key concepts. So I was thinking maybe before the next meeting, this would be something for the board to reflect on. Positive and safe environments, equitable opportunity to learn, and effective leadership, instruction, I'm sorry. Frequent monitoring of student progress. And then the last one, is family and community partnerships. And that's one that we identified countywide that we wanted to work on as a county. So then we took those and we had a meeting with all of our principals and our directors. And we kind of wordsmithed and came up with some goals that are the foundation of our strategic plan. And that plan was due by June 30th. So I also prepared a little handout here about SMART goals and what SMART goals are. I'm sure everyone's seen those before, so I'm not going to belabor that point, but they're specific, they're measurable, they're achievable, they're relevant, and they're time bound. Looking at that guidance, not only does the strategic plan have to have SMART goals, the school board have to develop SMART goals, the superintendent have to develop SMART goals, but each of our educators, and we just went out and trained those, has to develop SMART goals for their classrooms, which equals their educator evaluation. So here, what I'm passing down is our strategic plan goals for 26-27 that we developed as a collective group. Because all of our directors were there, they're like, yes, we developed those. And each of the school strategic plans ties into these goals. So we're all connected. The whole system is rolling together with looking at the West Virginia effective school standards and looking at student performance. And I'm going to go over that in the next little section here. But these are the 3 goals that we developed. So by the end of the 26-27 school year, Pocahontas County Schools will focus on reducing chronic absenteeism by 4% or 5% or 5 students at each school through proactive communication, student and family engagement activities, data monitoring, and school-specific interventions. In policy, each school has to have a plan to reduce chronic absenteeism, and it has to have 3 tiers. And each of our schools have developed that and do have those in place. And our next one was by the end of the 26-27 school year, Pocahontas County Schools will demonstrate measurable growth in each proficiency category by 10% to improve student achievement in the ELA and mathematics through the effective implementation of a multi-tiered system of support as measured by the state and local assessment data. And that was actually a very similar goal that I had last year as my superintendent's goal. And then by the end of the 26-27 year, Pocahontas County Schools will increase family engagement. And we've done extensive training on what family engagement is versus family involvement. Correct, Ms. Burns?
That is correct.
By 20% over the prior year levels by establishing at least 4 active community and parent partnership events that build family and community understanding of academic expectations and standards. And we've really had to shift our focus, and Ms. Burns has been working with our schools, and we went, actually, all of us went down and worked with Marlton Elementary School because Ms. Solak was out on what family engagement is versus family involvement. We talked about the multi-tiered system of support, and then we talked about educator evaluation goals. So with that in mind, I believe it was requested by the board president that I provide you some information on the bounce scorecard and accountability measures. So I'm gonna step over here to the podium real quick. Hopefully I'm not gonna trip. And just talk a little bit about some things, and then I'm gonna ask Ms. Hammonds to pull up some sites for me. If we go to the next slide. So I wanted to use some vocabulary that non-educators may not be familiar with, that we hear thrown around regularly, but they are actually different things. So the first vocabulary I'm going to talk about is what's called meet standards. And when we talk about meeting standards on our student reports, we see a D, does not meet, partially meets, exceeds standards. And that's at the student achievement level. So when they get their Smarter Balanced assessment results back, they get a report and it has these indicators and there are different colors on that report. So this is the student's individual test performance, and it demonstrates an understanding of grade level standards. It's a student report. And I believe they can actually log on and see that digitally now. Yes, and they get a letter that tells them that. So student progress in meeting the West Virginia Department of Education established scale score. So there's a scale score that's a cut score for each of those levels. And what we have been working on last year and this year is looking at students that were either slightly below that scale score or slightly above that scale score at each level and attempting to move those students to a different level. It would be very difficult to move a student from does not meet, which is the very bottom level, to meet. So we look at moving them from does not meets to partially meets, from partially meets to exceeds standards. So that's one set of vocabulary you'll hear. Then you hear people talk about proficiency. And proficiency is not the same as meeting or performance. Proficiency is the percentage of students meeting the standard at the school level look. So these are related, but they aren't the same. And you find this information on the Zoom West Virginia data dashboard. And proficiency tells us the percent of students meeting the content standard expectations. It's a bird's eye view down on the percent. And then we're going to look at performance. And performance is our accountability measure that we're looking at on our accountability scorecard. So it's a designation. You find that on the BAS scorecard. It assigns performance levels to an indicator. So there's the indicators that we're all trying to reach. And then over here are the various indicators and what they mean. School performance exceeds. So this is not synonymous, but similar to the student's report card.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to talk about what that looks like. So Christy, if you could go to the West Virginia Department of Education, and we'll have her walk you through it so you see how to get to these various states. So the first thing I want you to go is to data and school improvements. And then I want you to go over to accountability. And accountability is what you asked me for when we were talking about the school's balance scorecard. So you go here to West Virginia's balance scorecard. You select, and this has not been updated to this current year. So that's why I hadn't presented it, but I'll show you last year's. So if you'll go down to the district and choose Pocahontas. And then let's scroll up so we can see down there. So here are the performance categories. Either does not meet, partially meets, meets standard, exceeds standards. And then along the way here, you can see that there's various links that you can click. So our academic achievement is the percentage, okay? Our academic progress is growth to standard. And that's what I talked to you about students growing from one category. Are students growing? How much are they growing? Are they growing enough to catch up or to keep up? And then over here, we have ELA progress, and then we have attendance, and we have behavior. And it's color coded for us. So this is elementary and middle schools. So you can see if you'll hit the subgroups on each of these and expand it out for me. So if you look here on our academic achievement, at first glance, we're doing exceptionally well. But when you look at the subgroup performance, you can see that our special education students does not meet standards. And then we have math, where our special education students does not meet standards. But then right here, we meet standards in the white and the socioeconomically disadvantaged in these performance categories. Then over here for progress, we can see that we're making progress in the ELA. We're partially meet standards in math. And then we go here to attendance. We do not meet standards, but in behavior, we exceed standards. And then if we get down here to our homeless subgroup, they're broken out a little differently. Okay, so that's for, this is elementary in a subgroup. Chrissy, if you go down and we'll do the middle school subgroup. Make sure we're still in the right district. Okay, so here's our middle school, and our middle school was identified as a targeted support school because our upper level were achieving so high and our lower level was so low. So we had a gap there. And that's just because they were doing so well. So we can see that we're partially meets, and then we are does not meet. We have a meet standard for ELA. And this color, the closer it gets to the other end, the end of this box, is the closer you are to turning to the next performance level. Okay, so then over here, attendance was a concern, and behavior is not a concern for us. So then if we go down to the high school, and we can see at our high school level that ELA, we were partially meets for white or socioeconomically disadvantaged. In ELA, we were does not meet. We were does not meet in both of our mathematical categories for white and socioeconomic. For graduation cohort, we were partially meets. For our 5-year, and that's your 5th-year seniors that graduates on the 5th year that didn't graduate on the 4th year, we were meets or exceed standards. We are does not meet in attendance, on track to graduate. And what on track to graduate means is that our 10th graders at their end of their 10th grade year, they have completed all of their core credits for the next grade level. We've had a lot of credit recovery, so we have some concern with our socioeconomically disadvantaged. We don't have many students that want to graduate early. So it's an anomaly. And we're partially meets with on track. And then our post-secondary achievement, that is the number of students that have either entered college, completed an AP course, or completed a CTE pathway, at least one assessment. So we don't have this year's, but that was last year. Do you have any questions about that one? So next, Chrissy, if you go back to the home page, please. Yes, ma'am. And then go to data and school improvement. And then we're going to go to education data. And then we're going to go down to Zoom West Virginia. So this is where you find proficiency rates, which is not the same as performance. Okay, so proficiency rates here, you can look at proficiency rates or information related to any of these categories. And I'm not going to go over all these categories. It's too much time and you can review it on your own. But state assessment results. And I will say our unofficial state assessment results in School Digger, which is a widely looked at, it looks at all of the students that was in your school that took the test. Pocahontas County moved into the top 10. We are number 9.
Wow.
So what a huge accomplishment, and each of our schools have done a fantastic job. When we're looking at state assessment results and we're looking at accountability results, there's a whole bunch of other factors that goes into that, including continuously enrolled, which is 135 days. So 135 days. So some of our students, we may not have got count, we may have had other kids that we taught for 100 days and they weren't included. School Digger includes all those, so we get a comprehensive view. So if we look right here for our 25-26 for Pocahontas County schools, we can see that, can you hover over each of these green spots, each of them? So we had 22% that exceeds, 21% that meets, 27% that is partial, and 27% that does not meet. So when I was talking about trying to move kids, we try to move them from the top of this category to the next category. That's what that goal is about. We're going to teach all the kids and we're going to move them from one category to the other. And then in reading, we had 18% in exceeds, 29% that meets. 30 that was partially meet standards, and 20 that does not meet. And then in science, we have a lot of work to do. We can pick up the pace in science. And we test at 5th, 8th, and 11th.
Yes.
5th, 8th, and 11th. You test science 3 times. So this is 5th, 8th, and 11th grade performance. So we have 12% that exceeds, 22% that meets, 36% that is partial meets, and then 28% that does not meet. And if we go on down, here is a longevity report for the school system, and it goes from 2014, 2015, all the way to 25, 26, which was this past year. So we kind of remain the same in reading, because reading's the gold. I call that goldenrod. I don't know what you call it, maybe yellow. For math, about the same, 40 to 45, but then in science, we did have a little bit of a dip there. So we'll have to look deeper into our data and figure out if it was standards-based, if it was curriculum-based, and what we need to do to improve that. And then if we go on down, we can see proficiency by grade level and what that looks like. And this is actually really good performance. It's obviously we're number 9, so it's pretty good performance. We're better than a majority of the other counties in our performance, and I did put a flyer out today on that to the staff and congratulate them on their fantastic work and the hard work from last year. To move from state intervention up into the top 10 is unheard of. I mean, it's just absolutely phenomenal performance for our school system and for everybody that was directing that work at the county level. The other dashboard items that I have on the list that I know you want to see, Ms. Hammonds regretfully informed me today. She said, Dr. Williams. Yes. So I don't have that. I'll keep putting it on there until I can present it to you. But I think this is what you were looking for generally, and it gives you the information that you need. Are there any questions regarding that?
Bubble. I keep hearing bubble kids. What is that?
So a bubble kid is a kid, one of our things we worked on last year and this year is relationships with each kid. Each kid needs a person. So we find a kid that is within 10 or 15 points of being meets standards. We develop a relationship with that kid, talking to them, trying to get them to school, talking about their performance, looking at their individual assessment results and what they need. And then we put them in targeted intervention to move them to the next level. So we identify how we can increase our overall proficiency by looking at individual kids.
Okay. Good. All right. So based on that, I guess we can start working on our goals, just on what we have so far.
I would like for one of my goals to be, and one of the board's goals is to move every kid in that category to focus on moving kids.
Mhm.
So we can increase our proficiency. And that's why I gave you a copy of those. And you can go back and look at that.
Mhm.
But like I said, collectively, we were all in agreement and all the principals worked on that together. So that is a core leadership focus that we've all really embraced.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Approval of the agenda.
Get a motion to approve the agenda, please.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any noes? Agenda approved. Approval of corrected agenda minutes for the 15th of July, 21st of July, and agenda minutes from August 4th. So, the sitting board members at the time of the 15th and 21st can approve this. We can. And the August 4th, we can. I'll make a motion to approve August 4th. Okay. And then 15th and 21st.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the 15th and the 21st, please.
All in favor? Okay. Any notes? All right, payment of bills, payment of vendor listing, $49,624.05. P-cards, $21,516.58. July 2nd employee payroll, $261,997.07. Bank reconciliation, there isn't any bank reconciliation for 2026, or that's those.
That's July's.
Yes, okay. And any grant awards?
Yes, they're in there.
Okay, we got those, okay. I saw those. All
Yes, now you're gonna see, if I may speak.
Yeah.
You'll see them on the next agenda as budget items, because these are the ones we've approved, but I have to put them in the budget because they weren't included in, because these are grants, they just
Okay.
came. So you'll see budgeted and you'll see them.
You can remind us of that.
I will.
All right,
But just give you a heads up, but then, we have to approve them, and once they're approved, then I'll get how the directors would like to budget them out, and we'll approve them.
so make a motion for payment of bills to be
So moved.
approved. All right. All in favor? Any noes? Okay, it's approved. Budget transfers and supplements. Anything that we need to know? Okay. There's no real business on this, okay. Moving on, old business discussion, proposed policy revision 9270, home instruction, third reading. And we'll put that 2371 Hope Scholarship, third reading to there. Did you get any?
I have the feedback, but I would like to say something first.
Go ahead.
These two policies have become a source of contention with the community and with families. I want to say that we're the gatekeepers. We want you to have what you wanted to have as the board. So I'm going to provide you the feedback today. We've provided you the guidance. What you want, I want you to have. So we need to spell it out, how you want it, and as long as it's legal, we will do it. With that stated, I have comments that were provided. If you would like, I don't know who would like to read those, if you would like to read those. Oh, you already have the comments? No? Okay. Let me get all the comments. I don't like.
You don't have
them.
But Wayne here.
And then,
Where are they? They're in our packet, is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
they was laying here whenever we come in, Regina.
well, just here they are, just pass them.
Oh, okay.
I didn't got a copy. Go ahead.
I'm gonna pass this down. This is from the lawyer, the things that, board member Hall asked me to get from the lawyer.
Mhm.
And I'm going to tell you, I have not thoroughly read this because I received it at 3:33. So if we want to take a minute to read it, we can, because I have not thoroughly read it either. So with that stated, I don't know if we just want to read the comments and then the board provide feedback, pull the policy for a final revision on what you want, and then put it back out with that revision.
I have a motion for an amendment when we're finished.
Okay, perfect. Would you like Ollie to read these comments? Do you want the public to hear these comments, or
Are they out on the public record?
they are not on public
They
record?
are not where anybody can see. them.
They are not.
Yeah.
So
So
would you
this is
like
what we read last time aloud.
just one?
Right, we only had one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so, Ollie, because if
Mhm.
nobody can see them,
Right.
then they don't understand why we're doing what we're doing.
So, okay. Ollie, would you mind? Okay, thank you.
The comments on the homeschool policy and Hope Scholarship. The first comment was read at the last meeting
Yes.
from Mr. Aaron Pugh. So I'll start with the next one down, which is Ruth Taylor. The policy, I believe a lot of research has been involved in creating both of these policies. Thank you for listening to the public and trying to make the best better. If legally possible, I would like to see both Hope and homeschool school students counted as students in the numbers of the public school, which they should attend based on their family residency. This number should be applied in the public fund allocation by state formula. Our system may not have the student numbers. However, our county is so large that many teachers and support services lose much time for instruction when they must drive to multiple schools. We need to keep our community elementary schools and give all our students a good foundation. Pocahontas County could create model schools for rural areas, thus enhancing the quality of education for all. Community involvement is one of our greatest strengths. The next comment was Mr. Carl Kelk. Policy Hope, Homeschool Policy Hope Scholarship. Guess it's all about the money thing, not about the student or younger person that wants to play a sport for their county. Seems to never end the BS the school system does to keep the power of the parents, students. Wish you all remember you work for us. The next comment was Mr. Sam Gibson. Good evening and thank you for the opportunity to comment. I believe there should be $0 tuition on student instruction or extracurricular activities at Pocahontas County Public Schools. And if the West Virginia State Code imposes, we shall impose a tuition, I feel it should be $1 and only as a legal binding tender. Anonymous commented, we already do not have enough kids playing sports, build our community and county culture by welcoming all youth. Make a contract, but do not charge fees. Let these kids ride buses. We are funded for 1,400 students. The next comment was from Miss Tiffany Rogers McClure. I have concerns about the proposed fee structure, particularly its application to homeschool students who do not participate in the Hope Scholarship Program. Policy 2371 establishes a charge of 1/7 of the annual Hope Scholarship amount for each course and each extracurricular activity, and then applies that same fee structure for non-Hope students. West Virginia Code 18-31-8F specifically states that county boards shall charge tuition to Hope Scholarship students who enroll for services in a public school, with the district receiving an appropriate pro rata share based on the percentage of total instruction provided. My concern is that 18-31-8F specifically addresses Hope Scholarship students, while Policy 2371 extends the same Hope-based fee to students who are homeschooled and do not receive Hope Scholarship funds. I respectfully ask the board to request the superintendent to clarify, is the 1/7 charge intended to be tuition under 18-31-8F or a separate fee? If it is tuition under that code, what statutory authority allows that tuition provision to be applied to students who are not Hope Scholarship participants? If it is a separate fee, what specific statute authorizes Pocahontas County Schools to impose it on non-Hope homeschooled students? How was the 1/7 amount calculated, and how does it satisfy the code requirement that the district receive an appropriate pro rata share based on the percentage of instruction provided? Why are academic courses and extracurricular activities charged the same amount despite potentially different instructional time and costs? West Virginia Code 1881 separately recognizes home instruction as an alternative to public school attendance, while 1831-7 and 1831-8 established the separate Hope Scholarship Program. I believe the policy should clearly distinguish between these categories of students and identify the specific statutory authority for each charge. I support reasonable opportunities for homeschool and Hope students to participate in public school programs, but the board should establish the legal authority and methodology for these charges before adopting the policy. The next one was Brenda Dean. Policy, the one where they want to charge tuition for kids. They should be able to participate for free. It is a free school. It has already been paid for just because these kids that are doing homeschooling can't get no help at school for bullying and everything else, and they have to be homeschooled. Does not mean they cannot play the sports or whatever. From Pam Moorhead, fit homeschool tuition, or I'm sorry, homeschool instruction. This is totally wrong. A student that chooses to be homeschooled should not have to pay an amount to play a sport representing our school district, nor should they not be allowed to ride the bus. What is wrong with you? If What if this was your kid? Oh, you would make your kid attend school if it wasn't by choice anyway. I think you should reconsider your policy on this and worry about the kids, not the money. The next one was from Karen O'Neill. I support the removal of the non-Hope recipient students from the Hope Scholarship policy. However, it is important to note that the Pocahontas County policy states that students will be assessed a fee for participation in extracurricular activities. Yet the West Virginia Code states only that Hope Scholarship recipient students may be charged or instructional activities, which by definition includes co-curricular activities. The state code does not allow for the charging of fees for extracurricular activities. Additionally, most of our county extracurricular activities are starving for participation. We have sports teams who often are searching for students to remain viable, and most all other extracurricular activities would greatly benefit from the participation of more students. Note too that adding students to the programs is not going to increase their costs. Finally, removing this from the policy would align it with the proposed changes to the homeschool student policy. With these facts in mind, I would plead with you to remove the charging of fees for extracurricular activities for the Hope Scholarship students. And the last comment was from Stephanie Burns. When considering the costs and responsibilities associated with homeschool students or Hope Scholarship recipients to participate in interscholastic athletics and other extracurricular activities, I encourage consideration and guidance on a couple important factors. Most importantly, supervision is one area that warrants clarification. For example, who is responsible for supervising children during academic fairs and similar events? If supervision falls to the school personnel, what information and procedures will be required? Additionally, should participating students be expected to follow the same rules and expectations as enrolled students, such as restrictions on cell phone use, for taking photos, or playing games during events? If behavioral, disciplinary, or safety concerns arise, what protocols should be followed and what documentation, if any, should be completed to ensure consistency and accountability? Regarding fees, I do not have a position on whether students should be charged to participate in extracurricular activities or academic fairs. However, if fees are assessed, it is important to recognize that the costs of academic fairs vary. Participation in academic fair expenses can range from approximately $500 to more than $5,000, depending on the event. And the range is even broader when considering athletic programs. My intent is not to advocate for or against charging fees, but rather to highlight the wide variation in costs that should be considered when developing guidance or policy.
So overwhelmingly, sounds like that comments were against a tuition or some type of fee.
I don't have a problem with not charging them for extracurricular. If we want to play football or track or whatever, but what are we going to do that so our personnel is responsible for these children? How are we going to do that? There's got to be a way.
I think, and we can look at, what council has said, but I think that it's prescribed already by law, because if their participation is in the law, if it's allowed in the law, then, they're our responsibility while we have them.
They should be held that to the same standard as our students.
Absolutely.
So the principals would discipline them?
The discipline, I mean, as far as
That's what I'm
discipline, the discipline is, if it's an extracurricular, what do the principals do if somebody's acting up there?
Mhm.
And on, say, a track meet, what would they do? What are their, if they're,
They will apply the provisions of 4373. I mean, I think that just needs to be spelled out in the policy. If you're saying that, then you need to say if students have behaviors that are contrary to policy 4373, that policy will be applicable and applied by the principal. I'm asking you to clarify what your intent is and how you want that to happen, so that I can apply the policy. That's my job, to apply it to operations. If you want to define it, then I will apply it.
4073.
4373. And I don't know the exact number. I think that's the behavior. Do you know 43, do you know the title of the, I just know the numbers.
Okay, so it's
Discipline for public school students.
I mean, is this any different than it was if we charge them a fee? You still got the same problem, right?
If we charge them a fee, then applying our policy to them, they are a public school student. They are a non-public school student participating in public school events. So you need to parse out that language that says, if you participate in an event, you are now considered the same provisions as a public school student are applied. You need to say something in the language that clearly outlines that for us to apply that.
Right,
Because there's no language that supports that right now.
okay. So if we charged them a flat $25 a year, then the same standards apply to our students as the ones that are coming in. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying you have to specify that in the policy because it's not specified.
I think
Right.
even charging nothing. Still, I don't know that a fee negates or makes it inclusive with liability. I think that.
That may be my misunderstanding.
That's what I was thinking.
Be wrong on that too, but I
That's
don't,
what I
I
was
just think that the way that I understand it, and again, we can certainly ask counsel, but I think that there's a provision for them to participate in the code. And so they have a right while they're with us. You know, I think they could expect to have the same type of expectations that any other student would have that's participating.
How are we gonna know if these kids are homeschooled that they got a 2.0 to play?
Yeah, they do have.
For secondary, of course, they have to present that information in their WBSSAC guidance for that.
Okay.
That's what I think.
It's good.
Okay.
That's something I wondered how that would come about.
That's part of it.
I'll pass this out. I have you guys want to read it? I have a motion. I do think after hearing the comments though, that we should probably, discuss a little more. Discuss a little more the, non-hope scholarship, the tuition for that. Do you want me to read this or?
Yeah.
Please. Okay, so this is a motion for zero participation fee. And so I move that the board amend proposed policy revisions 2371 and 9270 prior to the final adoptions as follows. So all fees for participation, extracurricular activities, and interscholastic athletics are eliminated for Hope Scholarship recipients and students receiving home instruction who participate at no charge, subject to the same conduct rules, WBSSAC eligibility requirements, and activity-specific costs charged equally to enrolled students. Career and technical student organizations tied to course enrollment, such as FFA, carry no separate charge, and vocational CTE courses shall cost non-public students no more than enrolled students per policy 9270 and West Virginia Code 18515G. Instructional course tuition, which remains required by law, shall be prorated on contact minutes remaining in the term for students who enroll after a term begins or leave public school on the Hope Scholarship and continue a course. All prior and pending 2026-2027 participation applications shall be amended to a zero extracurricular balance with a course tuition recalculated under item 2 and any collected extracurricular fees refunded within 30 days. Hope paid amounts returned through the Hope Scholarship portal in the manner required by the program. Family paid amounts refunded directly. Applications that superintendent and board approval and annual review requirements remain in effect. And the superintendent's directed to strike all inconsistent language, including the 1/7 fee provision, the payment in full before participation sentence, and the no refund sentence in policy 2371. And the reasonable fee sentence in policy 9270. And to make all conforming revisions to policy text, forms, and invoicing consistent with legal counsel's written guidance. Hope Scholarship recipients and students receiving home instruction who are approved to participate in a board-approved extracurricular activity or athletic team are hereby approved as authorized passengers pursuant to WVE Policy 4336 3.4 and West Virginia Code 18513F 1 and B. On all board-provided transportation associated with activities in which they participate, including team travel, to and from events, and the county's activity bus at established stops on the same terms and subject to the same conduct rules, including policy 4373 as enrolled participants. The authorization does not extend to regular morning and afternoon school day route service. These students shall complete the same participation, medical, and trip permission forms as enrolled students. The transportation director shall maintain current rider authorization lists for affected runs, and the superintendent shall obtain written confirmation from BRIM of passenger coverage and from board counsel regarding the rider authorization.
Who's gonna be responsible for getting these kids to the school? Because the kids that's already there are gonna ride the bus from there. Is it the parents' responsibility to take them to the school?
Right, for.
You understand what I'm
curriculum?
saying?
I understand
Yeah,
what you're saying.
correct,
Right,
Mr. Lee.
right. This is for students who participate in athletics or
That's,
extracurriculars.
Yeah,
that's what I was saying,
parents have
but
to-
we don't want to run an extra bus
No.
because, you know
Right.
what I'm saying.
Extra bus, it's
I
just.
second the motion, Mr. President.
May I get this in electronic form so I can just copy and paste it into the policy?
Sure.
Right.
Do we want to add language for, there were a lot of comments there for tuition for non-hope recipients.
Because right now we're charging the
same
same,
rate. Mhm.
is that correct?
And I think that we could have some, open ourselves up to some potential problems there because, we're taking a fee for Hope Scholarship students in that same calculation. And we're saying that non-Hope Scholarship recipients have to pay that fee, and that's what that fee is based on, but they don't receive it. And I think that could really open us up.
We had differentiated that fee from 1/8 down to 1/8 down to 1/16. I think there was differentiation in that fee.
I understand, but it's still being calculated based off of the Hope Scholarship amount.
I understand what
You
you're
see
saying.
what I'm saying? And that kind of, I think that will tend to fluctuate, but I also think that it's kind of a gray area there, kind of risky area to calculate a fee based on something they don't receive.
I understand.
On the class,
I have an ag one that has to be built through Hope.
Mhm.
What price do I put on for tuition?
they are a Hope Scholarship.
They are, this has to be through the Hope portal. I have to build. I will go back and edit what we have built for. By what you were saying, by, the ones that we have built, I will edit that and get that fixed to 0.
Mhm.
As long as Hope will accept it, and I will let you know the next board meeting what they tell me. But I have to bill for ag one. What fee do I put down for the tuition?
What did you build?
I have not, I waited for your guidance.
I think we're going to the 1/8, correct?
Oh, well, I don't know if we're going to
Or the-
1/8 or.
Or contact minutes?
So we're doing,
I think
we're still billing.
for Hope Scholarship recipients.
For
we have-
courses.
We have to for curriculum, per code.
What,
Okay, so we're doing 1/8 and 1/16, is that what you're
And I
asking?
think that if we do the math, I think that would break down very similar to contact minutes.
Okay,
You can check, welcome to check that, but I think that it's very similar.
the only thing I would guide the board on is I would not make any changes to the present fee structure until after the next board meeting when you approve this new policy and it goes in effect.
Mhm.
Because we're still operating under the old policy, but it's up to you, however you want to do it.
How's that gonna help Sarah? She's got a bill
I
tomorrow.
gotta bill tomorrow, so I go with
You go with the 1/7 then.
then I'll do the.
Because that's what the old
70,
policy says.
652, and
Yeah,
then
that's
once
what
you
they
all
are.
approve, I
Whatever you
I
want.
mean, that seems like a lot of, hoops to go through. If we're changing it. You know, it's gonna be changed, so you have to refund and.
I would have to.
Mhm.
Would you all tell me what? I would like my guidance, please.
Yeah,
What would you like for her to do? Tell her.
I think we're pretty well set on doing 180. I think that's what the teachers suggested is that correct?
What is this, night mechanics?
No, just add.
Intern,
Huh?
intern.
Okay.
Now, are we
I think
doing a
180.
semester of a 1/16 for the semester classes, or are we going the 1/8 and that's it? And I don't mean, I just would like
I know.
That's
clarification.
fine before that field block. Do you understand how that works? Like in a half semester is a half year. And the next, no. A semester is a year. And 9 weeks is a half year. And then cause that's how you complete 8 total credits. So
Mhm.
she's asking, how do I bill for that since we're on the 4x4?
Okay, here's what so they say, you know, the likely formula would be 1/8 on a 4/4 block. Alternatively, you could look at instructional minutes. Classes on a 4/4 are 86 to 90 minutes. Say they are 90 minutes each. A course per semester would be 8,100 minutes. So 4 courses a semester would be 32,400 minutes, and 8 courses over the year would be 64,800 minutes. So this year the amount is 54,3562. Each class is about 3774 a week. So it says it's just a matter of how we want to do the math calculations.
Would you like for us to do it that way?
Yeah. 4 courses a semester with 32,400 minutes.
And then proration too, make sure that proration is put into this. I don't know if I
You
have.
just
that
have to count the
language
weeks and bill it.
but
37.74 a week.
Yeah, and then, you know, for students who come in, you know, let's say someone pulls their child out and I understand there was something like this that happened and they need to finish a class, you know, and there was 30, 45 days left. Proration is built into code, like we prorate. We're not going to charge that student or that family the full amount to complete 30, you know, days of classes.
So it'll be the 3774.
What do we want to discuss the
How does that get built
non-hope
in the-
scholarship?
I
Then
think,
each
I
person
think,
will be different.
yeah,
Mhm.
I think the non-hope, you could, didn't we do 1/16 for them?
class?
Well, I think that was just for extracurriculars, was it not?
Yes, that's what you
Okay.
said.
Right, and so I think we can look at instruction because we're not mandated to charge them tuition. And we're not mandated to charge them tuition based off of the Hope Scholarship amount.
How do you handle that, Sarah? If they don't have a Pope scholarship? Okay.
Do we have any? You don't have any non-hope?
Sarah would like to explain how the billing process works.
Sure,
Cause it's like a shopping cart.
it is. They're gonna go, okay, yes. So we have to put a fee in there that they, I understand you want to program and all that, but it is a smorgasbord of classes that you can choose from. And it's gonna be, if you want an ag class for a semester, it's gonna cost you $200. You could go click on that. It's not, I wanna pay 37 a week and I'm only gonna show up.
Mhm. Well, no, what I'm saying is that, I mean, proration, to date, proration has not been something that was offered. And I think we just want to make it clear that that is something that needs to be offered. If someone pulls out mid-semester or mid-year and they want to finish the course and they're going to be homeschooled, then proration is offered for that remaining time that they'll be taking that.
It just like how homeschool, there's
Mhm.
still going to have the class at with us,
Mhm.
and they're still participating, it would still be charged. So they can have the credit.
Right, what I'm saying is, and again, if you want to look at
I mean, I understand.
the responses here, but, right, but proration it's required by law. So we are required to prorate. We can't charge someone that if they pull out and they receive the Hope Scholarship and they want to pay to continue for their child to finish a course, we can't charge them the full $752 to do that.
Hope the proration you could do like. They only want to do it one week. Don't charge them all year.
Mhm.
Charge them that 1/4 of what you would charge a year.
Mhm.
And I can bill that way.
Mhm.
And we can back and forth and refund. So we will refund what has been paid.
Sure.
So I guess what she's saying is hope is every quarter. You can, is that,
Well, I think as long as we're, as long as we are, yes, as long as we're giving it back to them, however we have to do it. And as long as we're offering that proration, I think that's fine. However, we have to do it in our system.
So what I'm getting at, if I understand is we made the motion to, so it'll be on next meeting's agenda to approve this.
Yeah.
the policy will be
The policy.
put back out. Hopefully I will get it done by the end of the week, but I'm gonna do my best, but I'm not promising anything. And then the next agenda will be back in there for the third and final reading. And I think it's the motion we made last time.
Yeah,
But the ag only bill as your suggestion.
yes, 1A, 1A.
And then what about, do we want to add anything in there for the non-hope
The non-hope,
so that we can have everything for next
I'd
meeting?
like to read their guidance and then
Mhm.
small.
Really small.
Do we have to address the non-hope next week too? Or next time?
Do you wanna put that policy on hold till you have time next time?
I do. I want to
Okay.
read what they had to say and kind of think about this because I don't want to make any wrong
Do
decision.
you wanna make a motion to table 9270 until next meeting? and
Yes.
Revisit it?
Yes, I would like to make that motion.
Okay.
So that we have time to think about, what's the right thing to do if you're not taking the scholarship.
Well, I second that.
All right. And then we'll move forward with the 2371 and have it voted on next thing. So all these kids that are wanting to start sports now, what are we doing with them?
Do we have any?
We do.
We do.
We have students that are going to now. We have two.
Football.
We have two that did before. We have some. Finish your program tonight.
Right, right.
Okay.
So you
So
want that to be 0.
I think for now, yes, that would be my intention, based on next time, but I don't want to hold them up.
I got, Missy Keatley was supposed to come, Missy Price. And tell us about the football boosters and tell us, and what this is gonna do, if we get several, it's gonna run into money on these football uniforms.
We have
They have
40,
planning.
yeah, we can support 40 additional players without,
Okay,
Right.
that's what I'm asking, because their football uniforms are expensive and helmets have to be refurnished every year. And she was gonna come back in a couple weeks and I've never heard from her.
We will have her on.
And let us know what the boosters has got. Not that, I don't think it's a bad idea, don't get me wrong, but I wanna know, if we get,
I think the
You are
football team
correct.
would love that kind of
I
product.
think they would too, but then it's gonna take dollars if it comes to that. Because they get about 20 helmets refurnished a year, refurbished, however you wanna say it. And that means they're gonna have to send more back and them things cost.
You've asked for that before. We'll reach out.
Okay.
All right. So we're clear on this. We're gonna move forward with the hoe, hold off on the non-hoe.
Yes, and I'm gonna pull the non-hope down entirely. So we have time to revisit.
Yes.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Called homeschool.
Yeah.
Right, homeschool.
Discussion of date for Department of Education, LSIC training and finance.
So we already talked about the finance. I'm working on that. You want me to try to schedule those on the same day
As a meeting.
as a meeting? Does it, can it be earlier in the day? Can it be like around noon or 1? Do we have to have it? Do you want me to work with you directly for that?
Yeah,
Is
it doesn't matter, to me, as long as it's on the same meeting. Now, if we meet at 1 o'clock and we're done by 3 and the meeting's not till 6, it's,
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So you want it on a meeting date that we already have, just a work session?
right.
I
To
got you.
be as little inconvenience to people that are trying to work here. Okay, so you can work on some dates for that. The reentry, we took care of that. New business, approval of fundraisers. That's listed here in our packets. And I don't have any issue with any of those. Anybody?
So moved.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any noes? Fundraisers are approved. Ensuring quality of education regulations for education programs, attendance, and graduation. Okay, this is the big one.
Okay, so we want to talk about this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, can we go ahead and hold up, Chrissy? I'll be fast. Same presentation. Next slide. I'm just sitting right here. So this is new business fee, board request for early graduation policy. So I did some research, which I said I had to do because I needed to really look into it. So, and Aiden did some research too. Maybe. Next. So, required minutes is a 345 day for grades 9 through 12. Multiple ways for students may be scheduled for a day. High school coursework, college courses, CTE, credit recovery, options pathway, experiential learning, virtual schools, and then policy 2510 course progressions, which we talked a little bit about what's required at each grade level. Key takeaways is that a student remains scheduled in an approved educational program for a full instructional day, according to policy. West Virginia Board of Education, policy 4110. This is the section definition of compelling circumstances under which a student may attend school for fewer than 4 full years and or may be scheduled for courses for less than the full instructional day. And there's the code that applies to that. Definitions of extenuating circumstances for absences which may be required, homebound, hospital instruction as outlined in policy 2510. So then when we go to policy 2510, which is difficult for me sometimes when a policy references a policy because you have to go look in the other policy for that.
Yeah.
So all students shall be scheduled in a defined high school coursework, college courses, everything I said in the last one, 9 through 12. Then it goes, the County Board of Education members shall develop within their attendance policy the definition of compelling circumstances under which a student may attend school for fewer than 4 years and or may be scheduled for courses for less than a full instructional day. So then we get to our policy, which is the county attendance policy. And here's what I know. We revised this policy last year to take out a quarter day and a 3/4 day. That was all that was taken out. So this policy that exists has been in existence for 6 years. Long before this superintendent ever arrived on the scene or had anything to do with this. It was a long time ago that this was or was not done. So the County Board of Education staff shall support schools with creating positive and safe learning environments, develop a process to notify students and their parents and guardians of the attendance policy. But we get down here and our policy does not have anything about compelling circumstances. This is our whole policy. Shall maintain, documentation shall be maintained for every student enrolled in public school. Ensure that all students shall be scheduled in a defined high school coursework, college work, CTE, credit recovery, options pathway, experiential, I can say that, learning, or virtual college courses for a full instructional day. That's what our policy says. And then it goes down to a few other things. Let's go to the next one. And we don't see compelling circumstances in our policy. I actually had to look at it until we get to graduation requirements, which is 5460. And it says the board shall develop and implement within the board's attendance policy procedures the definition of compelling circumstances. But we can already see that the board's policy doesn't define compelling circumstances. And we have all this rhetoric about it, but nobody defined it.
Yeah.
So that's where the problem exists. So my recommendation, Board Member Hall, Ms. Dunlap, myself, get a committee together, review the policy, define what compelling circumstances are, add it to the policy. Look at the graduation requirements overall, because we need to look at that now that you can get 32 instead of 28.
Yeah.
Okay, ask the county attorney's firm to review the new suggestions, and then put the new policy out on comment for board approval.
Sounds good.
So you're looking at.
What time are we thinking?
It's gonna be up for 30 days.
Well,
Right, because
I don't think he needs this until, I think our semester ends in January, and that's when you want to graduate.
The
Because he has to go through the semester.
second semester starts so.
So we want to have that done. I would like to see this done by Christmas.
Oh, I think before then.
Yeah.
Plenty of time for that.
Well, first you gotta we've gotta get to committee, right? Then we gotta have the attorney verify and then go out. So if we could get it out on comment, October 1, we could have it done by November. I don't wanna say I can get it done before then, but we can get it done in plenty of time for anybody that wants to graduate early.
There is an old policy for back, you may have to go back and look. Because years ago, we did, and Dwayne, you know about this too. We had kids that did finish in January,
Yeah.
but they couldn't get their diploma till June, right? So there is a policy out there that says that.
I can think of students that did that put back in 2000.
Yeah, and it was a block schedule that they could do it on. Yes.
If you,
26 years ago, yeah, definitely existed.
okay.
Yeah, I don't, it was since then.
I'm having a hard time being held accountable for something from 6 years ago, not 26.
Well-
Well, here's something you can be held accountable right now, because it does list the compelling circumstances. They're commensurate with what's in other counties.
So you would like
And-
just
I don't see that needs to be a whole lot of discussion, because it says they're not going home to, play PlayStation. They've got a destination as to further their education, vocation, whatever.
We used to let them have to go to work.
ask them to add it to it, brought before you the next board meeting.
Yeah,
Yes.
yes,
Okay, just make a motion, that's what we'll do.
I make a motion, we revise the current policy and bring it to the next meeting for a vote, please.
Does this have to go out on 30-day comment?
Next meeting, I'll bring the revised and then it'll be put out on comment. That's all.
And so we should have, by the end of September, it should be.
Yeah, it'd be ready in that time for,
Yeah.
and then we might get more than just hating.
Yeah. I
Got a
mean,
motion, we need somebody second.
I'll second.
Okay.
All in favor?
Uh,
Any no's? Okay, so moved.
That's your copy, I think. I can get one, so I'll get mine to sign it.
Oh,
But I read it.
another copy.
I do.
Okay.
Do you mind sending this to me?
Right. Update on snow days and snow route. Dr. Williams and Mr. Gibson.
So I'll say that I went over and had an excellent meeting with the bus drivers in the county. And Mr. Gibson will tell you about our plan. and I'll add in as necessary.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Okay, so we did discuss with the drivers during one professional learning days, beginning of the year on the 13th. About quiz them about snow routes, and all were in favor of running the snow route. Everybody's would love to do it, depending on weather conditions. So we talked about it. Thanks. I hate microphones. But we did discuss it. We did talk with the drivers that we're trying to revise a couple of them right now. They reviewed them, what we had previously, and they wanted to look at it. And there are some corrections that Ms. Barkley is going to update on our system before we send it out for the public. We decided we would do snow routes on 3-hour delays only. And the teachers would be reporting 2 hours late, and the kids would be reporting 3 hours. And the same route would be morning and afternoon. So if we do a snow route in the morning, it's going to be a snow route in the afternoon. Nothing's going to change there. And that pretty well sums it up, really.
Okay, well, that makes sense.
The briefing is not until 8:30, so it would be around 10, and if we have to call school the next day, it will be a snow day.
Okay.
Explain to them how you get that call, because they might not realize. Sometimes you will call it and there's no snow because the
That's
national
the
weather,
toughest one to make a call is when there's not a flake of snow on the ground and you know it's coming.
the National Weather Service.
Yeah, Dr. Williams and I probably spend more time a lot in the winter talking to each other than we do our own spouses. And it's Dwayne last, I think, but yeah, we are in weather briefings at 8 o'clock on any evening we have an impending storm. We're conversing the next morning, trying to hopefully making the right decisions. I don't regret any decision we've ever made. And I will stand behind every single one of them so far. And we always err on the side of safety. And we're going to continue to do that.
I don't think you.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah,
It's hard.
it is. I mean, the hardest one is when there's not a flake of snow on the ground. And I remember a couple of years ago, National Weather Service briefing, the guy took the commercial, was doing the discussion. He circled Pocahontas County. He said, the ice storm is going to hit you guys tomorrow. We took it serious. We called school off. It didn't hit till the next night. That's one call that, we made with what information we had. And that's the only one that I can think of that we could have had school that day, but we didn't know that when they told us it was headed our way.
We got that ice storm.
Yeah, oh yeah, that wasn't the last one we got. But we agonize over every single decision we make.
I'm sure.
And like I say, I'll
And just
stand
know
behind.
somebody's gonna fuss about it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Well, there's times that, like I said before, we had a snow day years ago. I had green grass in my house. I went to the high school 6 miles away and there's 4 inches of snow on the ground. Our county climate is different no matter where you are. It varies so greatly. And I have people that I can call, email, text, Instagram, whatever. I mean, there's a way we reach out and gather data, gather as much information as we can. I'm up in the mornings. I call every state road garage, get information from them. And then we base our decisions on what information we can gather.
Oh, you can do.
All right.
And it's never been easy.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Discussion of strategic plan goals, Board of Education goals, and superintendent work session 5 p.m. prior to the meeting on September 1st. That's it. Issue with that. Discussion and action review of Pocahontas County Schools application for the test back. Oh, we did.
We done did
We
that.
did that. Thank you. Approval of the bid from Tri-County Produce for the 26-27 school year. And let's see. Review status update on Arlington Elementary School. I know that answer. The contractor, there was a general contractor here to review the sites. And while he was here, he also did the survey. And I think everything it hasn't been submitted to Mr. Convoy, but it will be. And then we've done as much as what we can do. There is a bid out for the fence, chain link fence that this person will pay for, but it's pricey. It's like, I want,
56,000.
yes.
For the fence?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a chain link fence. Mr. Gibson and I were looking at it earlier. It's a chain link fence that runs from where the old board office was all the way around the playground, all the way around the basketball courts and
Okay.
tennis courts. And then it includes, some type of mesh fabric. I'm assuming that's the privacy part of it.
Okay.
But this guy's gonna pay for it.
Supposedly.
Allegedly.
Yes.
Well, I don't have a problem if he's gonna pay for it, but if he's not, I think we ought to hire a local contractor.
So in the meanwhile, the fence has been a big safety issue. Are you all satisfied with what's in place now? Till we can get an answer, or do we need to be doing something
Mr.
else?
What we have right now is it's temporary, trying to define the boundaries of the business, this is the street side, this is the playground.
Yeah.
It's not the prettiest thing, it's 2x4 frame, it's temporary. We did put like the orange snow fencing on it a year ago, of course, the sun degraded it. So right now what we have is chicken wire on it, just something just to separate the two.
I drove down by and looked at it. I mean, it don't look very good,
No, I mean,
but
it's not pretty, but it's functional, and
it's probably gonna work till we find out what this guy's gonna do.
That's the intent.
And Darren and Cricket did put a fence that ran horizontally across the playground from the old board office parking lot to the preschool playground. So there is a barrier right there as well.
Yeah.
I know it's not the best solution, but if we have an individual that is willing to donate to make our playground better, I don't want to fast track something that could jeopardize that.
Correct. Okay.
We,
Oh, let's see. School personnel boot camp, Dr. O'Cole.
We talked about that.
Are you gonna work with him on days? for
Yes,
that?
I am. He'll get them together and let me know.
Okay. CPI training update, Mr. Anderson.
So we had a training on August 5th, and Denise Sharp, Nat Wagner, our trainers for the CPI. They, I asked them how it went. They said that it went really well. The way that they trained 17 staff members. Also, Denise Sharp said that she wanted to share some information about the upcoming training plans. We'll be organizing another training session for those whose certifications are set to expire in March. To accommodate everyone, we can also add additional days as needed. This is part of our ongoing efforts to ensure everyone remains up to date and compliant. Everything's moving forward and more details will be provided soon. So just wanted to keep us informed on how things are going.
So who all was trained? What was their target audience?
Whenever the trainers, I actually worked with the principals to get a team of their schools, they know the team that they would need for the CPI. And they gave me those names and I forwarded them on to Jeanette and also Denise to formulate those teams for the CPI. So I worked through the principals to get who they felt needed to have the training and we have more seats than trained people, just in case we need somebody else trained if something would happen. If there's a time that you have to train that person to still, if there was an incident where, that they needed to have a training, that you have so many hours to do that.
Okay. So you have Miss Wagner that's a trainer and she's the principal and she's handling athletics. So can we look at maybe somebody else besides her? Because how many hats can one person wear? I'm sure she does a lovely job, but.
That's not a problem whatsoever. I think that we do have someone that's willing to step up to do, to be a trainer.
Okay.
That they would, and we could.
Okay, and can we expand the number of people that are trained? Because when we looked at it before, it was like maybe the special ed person, the principal, and maybe one other in each school system, which if you had 17, that's about right. And, none of those people were available at the time of this incident. So probably we need to look at expanding who all is trained, especially to handle these times. So,
Yeah, that's fine. Just how, we just worked with the principals to get a team together, and then if there's, I mean, it's however that, we want to move forward, getting, you know, ideally, it would be nice to have everybody trained. So.
yeah, there are, because there's a lot of de-escalation techniques that you never even get to actual contact. So it would be useful for everybody. But, start out small and go. So what kind of schedule would you be working on there?
Well, we had the one training in August, and they were looking at another one in March, just trying to find time to get everybody together to be able to train them, with just, the dates and the times of that, just have to work with, the trainers and also the availability of the teachers and aides to, be able to do that.
Okay. So is that, isn't training on, can't you use faculty senate days for training? Isn't part of those for that too?
We can use part of faculty senate days for training, but I think I think our faculty senates are early outs. Are they early outs? They're early outs, so they're just for faculty senate. We don't have a whole day in the calendar.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? Instead of having.
They're only half days.
Yeah, they're early out.
Okay.
I'll interject right. One way to do that, we did it at the hospital years ago. The day we had training for CPI, we had substitute teachers. That turned the staff. So that's a possibility.
But we have a big Orton Dillingham training next week, which has 18 teachers being pulled out. And I was talking to Ms. Schaffner about that today. We are low on substitutes, but if you want, Mr. Anderson will arrange it and we'll take care of it.
I think it's a goal. I know you're not going to get everybody trained in a year. That's crazy.
Right.
But, start working on it, because I think, especially for de-escalation, it never has to get to that point. But if you don't know, we've got to give people the tools to work with on that. Yeah. On that, or what is it, Orton?
Orton Dillingham.
Are they going to be following up with teachers to see how this program is working?
Miss Barnes will work with them on that.
Okay, because I was talking to a lot of the teachers today, and they're excited about it, but they feel like it happens so early in the year, in the summer, that there's, and I said, usually things come up that you didn't even know were a problem, and they really wish they could have somebody just touch in with it.
So what I put in the budget for that is that they get the original training. And then after we have it for a little bit, there is an Orton Gillingham coach that comes around to each individual classroom, observes the teacher, sees where they're having issues, and does other small group training. So there will be follow-up.
That's good.
Can I say one thing? Looking at the school calendar, there are a few faculty senate dates that
Our whole day.
are whole days.
Okay, so we'll.
So there's a few potential
Oh, that's good.
days that we could look at.
Okay, my understanding is there's 4 hours of coursework that's done on your own,
4 hours.
and then 4 hours direct. Okay, very good, thank you. All right, so you'll supply them to Mr. Anderson, and maybe let him start thinking about it. Let's see. Where are we? School calendar up there. All the special days like Teacher Appreciation Day, this day or that. Can we have a calendar that just says this month is, school lunch week or something like that, so that we can.
Just special events.
Yes.
Because I had Ms. Schaffner work diligently on the calendars. Do you want to?
Yeah, so can I just provide a quick update?
Sure.
So one of the things we have discussed this year is trying to get parents informed of the school calendar, staff informed of what's going on. And one way that we're going to accomplish informing parents of what's happening at our school or what's happening at other schools, because we know sometimes they want to go to other community events. And so our website has a feature where we can sync calendars. And so I'm gonna have Ms. Hammond's pull up, Green Bay or Marlton Elementary, one of the two. What I've asked for the principals to do is to sync a calendar specific for students and families to their school webpage. So when you go to, the school webpage, on the home page, it'll have events listed here. Ms. Jordan put these in today for me so that we can have an example. And so you can see, the next upcoming events for a couple of weeks. But if you also go to the events page, specific for events, it also outlines, when events are happening.
That's good.
And this ties back to our family engagement goal of having these calendars on every school website. So this is part of that goal. It's one of our action steps to have this in place.
So each school will have that now. I know Marlins Middle was having some issues syncing theirs, and we're gonna troubleshoot that together. And Hillsborough and PCHS are still working on getting theirs up and running, but it will be updated regularly, and I will be checking to make sure that happens.
Good, good.
And
Because
like,
you will get more involvement, but people can't just, they have jobs.
right.
They can't. just-
Right, and speaking from experience, there was a couple times throughout the school year that I would have doctor's office call me and say, hey, we're trying to schedule an appointment for this child. We see that your calendar is not updated for the school year. Can you put some dates in there so we can get that going? So it's not only parents and families that are using it, other people.
That's good.
Yes.
Good, good. Thank you for working with that. I know at the initial meeting, we had several committees. Nobody has contacted me, do we have? Can you send that out as to who the contact people for these are, and, we can contact them ourselves?
What usually happens is they send a link to us and then I forward it on to the board members, like Superintendent Collins, I think you were in Denmark. Okay. Superintendent Collins will send us and then I just forward it on, or you.
Day report called me and said you are now on our committee.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Okay.
But, we can send you the information of our contacts. I don't have the contacts for all the committees, but what we have, all will email to.
Okay, just making sure we're doing our due diligence.
No, there's been no committee meetings yet,
Okay,
so that's why you haven't heard anything.
all
I got
right.
one at 20.
Okay, any motion to approve all of the above, or any objection to approving all of the above?
I make a motion to approve all the above, please.
All right, and all in favor? All
Aye.
right, any no's? Okay, you're all approved. Superintendent updates.
I think I've commented on all those things.
All right.
Before you guys, we skipped the whole personnel agenda.
Oh, good.
Oh, we need.
Yeah, I can see that.
Thank you.
Chloe, why did you?
You guys were in a good discussion and I didn't want to interrupt, so.
Chloe,
We were on a roll.
You were.
she was getting through this in a hurry.
I know, yeah,
I gotta make sure I get my people hired and
Okay.
in place
okay. All right.
by tomorrow.
That's number 7.
Okay. Here we go. All right. Okay, Ollie. Please read.
Amended personnel agenda for August the 18th, 2026. Professional recommendations, Anne Marie Faxton, interventionist, MTSS coordinator for Greenbank Elementary Middle School, effective for the 26-27 school year, pending a successful background check. Emily Sharp as a long-term substitute for teacher of science at Pocahontas County High School. Susan Ray as a long-term substitute for teacher of science at Greenbank Elementary Middle School. Michelle Wilfong is a long-term substitute for teacher of special education, multi-categorical autism at Greenbank Elementary Middle School. Tina Tracy and Jennifer McCarty as teachers of homebound instruction for the Pocahontas County Schools. And then a resignation of Stephen Martin as the Assistant Principal Supervisor of CTE and Technical at Pocahontas County High School. Service recommendations is William Schaefer as an ECAT Special Education Classroom Bus Aide at Hillsborough Elementary School for the 26-27 school year. Sarah Clark is an ECAT Special Education Classroom Bus Aide at Marlinton Elementary School for the 26-27 school year, pending a successful background check. Extracurricular recommendations is Darlene Arbogast as a $1 assistant girls soccer coach for Pocahontas County High School. Justin Dilly as a $1 assistant boys soccer coach for Pocahontas County High School. Crystal Keatley as the head coach volleyball, Pocahontas County High School. Nebraska Scotchy as the middle school athletic director at Marlinton Middle School. Michaela Van Devener would like to rescind her application for the middle school athletic director at Greenbank Elementary Middle School. And then the resignation of Corey McNabb from the head basketball coach girls at Marlinton Middle School, effective August the 6th, 2026.
I don't have Justin Dilly on mine.
This is the amended one for this evening's meeting, and then we'll pass those out to you. We'll put that on the board site. Those are the recommendations that came in this evening.
Okay. I have one question. I see the long-term subs for science, and we just reviewed the science scores, which are troublesome. So is anybody helping these folks to make sure that they are being successful in what they're teaching?
At the beginning of the year, we'll post mentors for each of the individuals and they get an assignment.
Okay. And are we continuing to look for substitute or for regular teachers?
Yes, we will continue to post those.
So state code says there's a minimum number of times that you can post for that position, that vacancy. I think it's the beginning and the middle of the year. So we can sit down and define.
Do you want us to continue to post?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
And then we'll just repost.
So continue to repost the
Yeah.
vacancy.
And, is there any other avenues that you should be looking? That's a pretty important subject not to be able to fill.
Absolutely.
We have some individuals that are completing the requirements to go down alternative certification. Before they can even fill out some of the alternative certification forms for permits, there's some tests, like the praxis test, that they have to have completed before we can even go that route. So there are some individuals that are considering that, and considering some coursework to become alternatively certified.
They're in the pipeline.
Okay. Yep, keep looking. Those scores. Obviously, we need good backgrounds. Okay.
Where are we with athletics at the high school?
Yeah, where are we at?
With Steve, Mr. Martin resigning. I guess we're back to a discussion of posting that independently or seeing if the assistant principal, should we get one, wants to do it. That's where we are.
Who's doing it now?
Ms. Wagner has expressed the interest that she would like to do it for the supplement.
She's been doing it, correct?
She has been doing it, and I think she would do an excellent job at it, so,
That will help too, because she'll be at the ball games and stuff like that, and a person of authority when you go there,
yes.
So that might not be a bad idea.
Yes, she has expressed interest. So I can do a mutual agreement to add that to her title.
Have we got
And
anybody?
I'll bring that the next meeting. I just did not have time to get a mutual agreement with her. She's been busy. I've been busy. She's been doing it. She's doing a great job. So I will prepare that for the next meeting.
Have we heard anything about an assistant principal? Has anybody else applied? Have we?
We have no applicants at this point, but we do have some people that have an application in process that hasn't completed it. So, and we did Chloe and I talked, there's a new law that says if you have 15 years of experience at a programmatic level and you're a teacher, you can be a principal.
Without administrative degree?
You have to get your administrative degree within 1 year. Yes, that's a new law passed by our state legislature. I have talked, just so we're all on the same page, I have talked to 4 people myself and asked them to apply. I have asked Mrs. Wagner to find somebody that she believes could step up in her building. Mrs. Schaffner has also talked to people. We have some people that has their application. I prefer to find somebody in county with 15 years of experience, put them in a position, so maybe they'll stay. But we haven't had any takers. So we've been out there beating the bushes, trying to find somebody. I've even looked at counties around us to see who has 15 years of experience that we could try to steal.
Is there something we could put out like on our county Facebook page and just kind of get it out there? That
Like do
exists?
yeah, we could do a media blast. We do have our position posted, so
Mhm.
if nobody completes it, we will definitely do a media blast, 100%.
I'm concerned about putting too much on Mrs. Wagner. The CTE, the AD,
She won't be CTE.
she won't be CTE.
No, that'll be the person that's hired.
That'll be well, now she's doing CTE.
Well, actually, Mrs. Dunlap and Mr. Anderson, I have asked them to split time in going up and helping her cover until we get somebody hired.
Okay.
Mrs. Dunlap does CTE and Mr. Anderson, and they have both agreed to do that on a daily basis. So they will rotate between each other and work out a schedule with Miss Wagner, and they will go up and support her. She will not be there alone.
Okay.
Correct?
Bigger than one.
Yeah, Miss Dunlap's going to the board, and then Mr. Anderson will go. So we are not paying attention, and Mrs. Burns is also going to go and assist.
Okay.
What are we doing for the CTE program, the health sciences? Because, Miss Solak was going to do the dual credit and now she's not. So how are we feeling in that?
So with dual credit, you can have a proctor and a mentor. And whomever is in the teaching position can proctor that for them to still get the dual credit through that program.
So they do it virtual.
Yes. So they just don't teach it. They just proctor the virtual.
Okay,
Hopefully we'll get someone highly qualified that we can send their credentials to New River and they'll be able to pick up right where Mrs. Solak left off. But right now we will still meet the provisions of that program. I know it's very popular. I know the criminal justice and the allied health is very popular with the students. So we will not drop the ball on that. And I do have provisions in code. I haven't looked at it yet, that I can hire a college professor for 1 year to cover those types of classes. So I haven't started exploring that, but if push comes to shove, I will bring a proposal before the board to contract with a college professor for 1 year for that particular program. If we don't find somebody. No college professor?
Don't put me on the spot.
Okay, that's okay. I'm sorry. Okay.
okay. All right, general comments.
Do we need to approve though?
Oh, I'm sorry. Approve,
Personnel?
yes, make a motion to approve the personnel as listed.
Make a motion.
I make a motion to approve the personnel as listed, ma'am.
All in favor, say aye.
Uh,
Any noes? They're approved. Okay. General comments? Mr. Gibson?
Yeah, I have 2 things. Some apparently, which has caused quite a little brush fire, is apparently now there's a $50 parking fee for kids to park at the high school. This is not in the driving policy. When did this happen? Why did it happen? Where does the money go? Got a lot of people talking about that.
I know nothing about it. I'll have to check into it.
Have you heard about?
No, I mean,
How many comments have you got?
3.
Decision.
Same ones. I got the same ones you
So-
did.
We'll have to speak with the principal about it. I think Miss Wagner is working really hard and I would be inclined to try and support her as much as possible, but I don't know anything about it, so I can find out about it and let you know.
Didn't we have this last year?
No, we had no parking no cost last year.
No cost last year?
We had a different type of brush fire last year. Nobody was approved, permits wasn't there. It was wild.
Yeah.
And then my second issue is, quite frankly, since our hearing we had last week, people were starting to wake up about how much that investigation is costing. And they want accountability on that. A bunch of folks are commenting on that. So I think we already went over that this evening. Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
All right.
I'd like to say to our staff, professional service personnel, and to our students, welcome back.
Yeah.
You know, it looks like this number 9 ranking is a big deal. You know, we went from almost a state takeover to number 9. That's a big deal. And that's accredited to our teachers, our service personnel, our bus drivers, everybody that worked in the school system, and also to our students that done a great job. Superintendent and to the staff here in the office. You know, I know Dwayne, you and Philip heard this. I said, it's a great day to be a warrior one time. And people made fun of that.
Saw her post today. I thought that same thing.
Whenever you see that, I thought it's still a great day to be a warrior. That's all I have.
I don't have anything except to welcome back. I've been to a couple open houses. The teachers are all excited and very appreciative when a board member shows up.
Yeah.
And, yeah, there were some concerns, about the, elementary school, Marlton Elementary School. And I can talk to you about that afterwards.
We did go up, Mrs. Schaffner, myself and Miss Burns to support them because Miss Solak had missed some of the key trainings. Is
Mhm.
that concern that
This was cleanliness.
oh, okay, we'll talk about.
Yeah.
I
this was-
got you.
This
It's
was
not about the
cleanliness.
training we provided, it's
Oh,
about
no.
a different
no.
topic. But
Yeah.
I was gonna say that I felt like that was received exceptionally well.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Whatever happened to putting the lawn out on contract?
We just talked about that today, that we need to revisit it.
So I don't know, in the private sector, I can't hire anybody to do something. I can't have a volunteer doing something that is normally paid. That's against wage and hour. I don't know how it works in the state.
We would
But-
have to do an RFP.
Yeah, I know our friend Sam here has mowed all the grass from the top of the county to on. And
He has done that for years.
he has done that for years.
Same
But
out
it-
there for you.
Yes, but every time I ask whose job is that and who is to do it, they tell me it's the janitor's
They have
job.
custodians.
Yes, but you know, those are big buildings. How much do you expect one person to do and then get out there and mow the grass too?
So,
So I think it's almost too much.
just, I don't wanna get in the weeds in this because it's late and I'm tired. But we are funded for custodians based on square footage usage. It's a funding formula of how many custodians we have based on the building utilization.
To building, not,
Right, building
Right.
utilization in our building, and we report that, that's our end of the year report. And I don't think we have any building that's over 45% utilization, the last time I looked. So if we wanted to fund additional custodians, or if we wanted to contract that out, it would have to come out of your local shares. And we can certainly look at that if you would like to, I can get something together for you.
well, I don't think it's right. That Sam or the guy up in Green Bank has to do it because if they don't do it, it doesn't get done. And I've seen what happens when it doesn't get done because it's all shaggy.
We actually talked about the high school and how we feel like our head custodian there has a lot of things. So this will open the door for us to come with a proposal.
That would sound reasonable.
Okay.
Okay, that's all I have. Welcome back, everybody, and good job on our hard work last year, it's paying off.
Yeah, yeah, I thought the welcome back assembly was excellent.
Thank you.
I think, you, Miss Wagner, did a great job. The place looked phenomenal. I think everyone was excited. I enjoyed the speaker a lot. I'm glad to see the kids back in school. Glad to see our personnel back in school. So that is very exciting. I would like to have the, I know we talked and I know that's been a busy time. But I would like to see if we can get together. We talked about what we need as far as our facilities, for sports. I would like to, we could work on that and get something in front of us that we could take a look at. I think.
The architect's coming on the 21st,
Okay.
and we're going down to the baseball, softball field. That will be the first place we'll look at, and
Okay.
the other areas.
Okay.
So we should be able, I should have something sometime in September. We're just getting the architects here.
Okay, wonderful. And thank you, Sam, for all your time and your mowing.
Oh, yeah, you will.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah, he goes above and beyond for sure.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Now, I do want to mention to the board that we did get the COPS grant submitted. We worked hard on that for a week. I mean, it's
Okay.
something the next couple of months or so to prep. We busted our behinds on that to get that in.
Oh, I'm sure it was a lot.
So,
And what's the turnaround on that? Do you remember?
they said maybe by October, maybe from October to March is what they mentioned. So
Oh, Lord.
we'll find out.
Okay.
But
We'll keep
anything
our
we put on
fingers
that
crossed.
grant, if we do it ahead of time, we won't be able to charge it off to the grant. So
Okay, all right,
we're on a holding pattern with some of the things.
okay, all right, well, thank you. Any motion to adjourn?
You don't need.
I'm making.
Don't need to, all right,
Okay.
we're done. Thank you.